Good. I guess we'll call it after good noon, everyone. Let's do that. Yeah, it's high noon here in St. Louis, and let's just go with that one. Welcome. High altitude operations today, folks. Welcome into Flying with Mike. We've been talking about doing this for a couple of months now, and well, since we had a plane get into Bogotá, I figured now's a good time to give it a try. All right, so we are in the Felis 747-200 Classic. And folks, this is a phenomenal aircraft. Hope you enjoy today. It is, at last I checked, the latest, greatest iteration. And, oh yeah, we're going to fly it in, I think, Northwest Airlines final colors. I don't know that for certain. I really wasn't a big Northwest Airlines. Now, I did like following the cargo side because of these birds. But I just really never followed them. Minneapolis wasn't one of those great places I went to with the truck. It was always cold, and they never would send me to places like that in the summertime. So they said, you know what, let's put him down south for the summer and out east for the winter. And and when I did get in there, it was always wintertime and it was always cold. Thankfully, never any of the big snows. But anyway, that's who we fly for today. Matter of fact, we're not loaded up yet. We're going to get that going here real quick. I was going to fire the ACARS program for Millennium Aviation. I really didn't see, I don't even know if Northwest even flew this route. I'm just kind of stretching it. It was primarily in the latter days cargo in these aircraft. Historically, I'm sure we could find something out there in the world of Pan Am or TWA, maybe Braniff Eastern. Well, I don't know if any of those two flew these. So, but anyway, we're gonna get this thing going. Spot 31, Bogotá, Colombia. By the way, why are we calling it high altitude operations, folks? Airport elevation 8,000 feet above sea level. I think that kind of qualifies, considering it doubles the height of where Denver is. And it becomes a little different in starting these engines in these older planes. I don't know. Well, I guess cross-bleeding. I don't know how they do it in today's aircraft. But back then, little trick they did. It's not a trick, it's a procedure. So let's get in there, brief the flight, and then we'll finish up loading and get ready to roll. All right, so let's get some toolkit up here. By the way, we did some flight testing yesterday with the 707-120, and there is I'm having either a problem with my mouse or something with the betas that are causing my clicks to hold. So hopefully it could possibly rear its ugly head in this aircraft. As you know, these wheels like to keep turning and turning and turning and going way out of whack. So we hand flew it back and oh, be careful. Think through what you tell X-Plane 12 ATC what your route is, because you're gonna get it. Well, and if you're not ready for it, ooh doggy, are you in for a ride? That's where it's kind of nice to have a real person sometimes, but it's still outstanding when it's set up right. When you set the flight plan in there, don't throw in what I did and fly it. And that's X-Plane 12, by the way. You will not find that in X-Plane 11 that I know of, although those sneaky guys there at Laminar, you never know what they might pull off. But we also had a great weekend up in Vermont with them flying. Yes, I got in trouble with ATC. What's new? But overall, it was a good flight. And and hats off to November 8033 Fox. Great event you helped set up there. Sorry I didn't read the last, very, very last words to get the scenery. Should have known better. But anyway, overall, great time. So, all right. So today we have another great flight. We are flying from Bogotá to Miami. It's about a 3.5 hour flight if I remember SimBrief right. So we've got Sim Toolkit up here. Let's take a look. So you see the route. Now it has actually changed. We're going to take off on 14 left unless ATC comes up, tells us 14 right. We'll see. Loadout for today, we're not going to go with these numbers. We'll show what we're actually putting in. Pay attention though, we are putting in roughly 469,629 pounds to where our zero fuel weight will come up to. So we are putting that in, at least trying to get the payload to match. Fuel, again, don't pay attention to that. There's a fuel builder here. We'll go through all of that. The big things for us to take away is cruise index. Well, there isn't a cost index in this plane. We cruise at Mach 0.85. Flight level 380 till PML. You know what? I'm probably just going to stick it at 380. And unless ATC says I have to, stay at 380. I don't like these downs and then ups. I know they probably do it in the real world. You and I in the back would probably never know we dropped. But, and I get why they have to do them. Because I think we turned a little too much past zero or north to where now we're in the odds. Then we come back on course on the evens. So I get all of that. And challenge for you guys in the dispatch office, but as I'm apt to say, you're paid to do that. Sorry, no fun intended there. All right, so out of here we have a variable wind at 3. Last checked, it was actually hang on, I'm getting it for you right now. At 1800 Zulu, we was actually 170 at 9, hence the runway change. Broken still at 2300. We also have a broken layer at 7000, so that'll be fun. All of those numbers, keep in mind, are above ground level, not MSL. Temperature 20 degrees here, and beautiful day, nothing significant reported. So heading up to Miami, a little different weather up there scenario. I've also got the METAR here. We're not going to deal yet with the ATIS. I think there is one here. Hang on. Oh, they must have just come down. All right. Winds are out of the northeast, northeast, or east to northeast. Little breezy at 11, 10 miles of visibility, and it is marginal there right now. 2300 with thunderstorms, broken at 3800. So they do have thunderstorms. I think they're due out by the time we get there. We'll have fun if they're still there. Overhead to the east. So problem is we don't know direction of movement from this METAR, but Right now, it's icky. Okay, if we look up here, you really can't see the ickiness other than right here, so maybe it's pushing this way. I don't know. But anyway, the weather is officially termed icky. We are already up on VATSIM. So if you're ready, let's get flying with Mike. All right, folks, back with you. Just checking some quick emails that walked in on me here. Seeing, oh my, are you for real? Where'd all these come from that I checked earlier? Guess I didn't. Well, nothing pressing. So, all right. Gonna get over here to Twitch. It'll probably say, please update me because it seems to do that every day. All right, here we go. And I got my chat room in front of me. Hopefully I catch things. It's hard sometimes. So please bear with me as we press on here. All right. Okay, we talked about the loadout. Let's get on over here and look at it. First off, let me show. First, this is what always worries me. Frame rates, low cloudiness, and scenery seem to not play nice with us. However, so far so good. So, all right. With Felis, you've got these three icons right here. Let's go ahead and do this real quick. Map. And we'll pull out to about a 9. Go back and go back. Oh, wait. Duck on it. I didn't mean to do that one. I meant that one. Okay. So you go to the load calculator. That's all it really is, folks, is a calculator. Okay. So you're putting in primarily your inputs here and over here. Now that makes sense. Duh. Down in the middle here, when you push these presets down in the lower kind of center to left, you're going to preset it. Now, it also tells you where your, for instance, the lower top half is cargo, bottom half is the upper deck or the deck, the passenger level. It shows you what each category, what each section is and where it is. Okay, so in your mind, you can imagine where you're setting it. So remember, I said we were aiming for 469,629. We did pretty good. We're off by 40. Couple of fluffies decided to hop a ride to Miami. You know, what can we say? Come along. And for those not translating well with what a fluffy is, dog. Couple of dogs hopped a ride over. All right. So what I'll do is like 75% packs, 25% cargo. And then adjust till my zero fuel weight, which is in the final results, gets pretty close. Now, getting it down to 40 is tough. But, you know, we did pretty good here. Oh, you know what? We're not done. Ah, doggone it. I just realized I didn't adjust my route. All right. Well, let's talk about that. So let's calculate everything, shall we? Now, we've done a lot, and as you just heard, I forgot something. Our route distance today is 1,447 nautical miles. This is how it comes up. Let's set it to as close as we can, round it up, 1,500 miles. We'll go with it. Desired flight level, that makes sense. Tailwind. Now realize when you have a tailwind, the wind is pushing you, engines aren't working as hard. Headwind, the opposite. You're pushing into the wind, you're pushing against the wind and burning more fuel. So your fuel number, irregardless of whatever else is set here, should either go up with a headwind, down with a tailwind. I've actually, I think, done it backwards here, but 19,000 pounds we're not going to worry about. Okay, then I throw a contingency of 10% in. That's up to you. And taxi fuel at 25% or 25 minutes. And those are all internally calculated. Trip reserve and alternates. You already know your alternate if you use SimBrief. In our case, it's Orlando. So that's 177 miles away. Again, you're not going to hit that number. So you round it up to 200. That gives you an extra 30 miles of fuel, which in this plane is probably the amount of fuel that it takes to fill your thumbnail. Unless, of course, you got one of those nails that's stretched 10 feet. But yeah, if you got a normal thumbnail, it's about, no, serious. This thing gobbles up fuel, about 24 to 28,000 pounds an hour. So a lot of fuel roaring through those fuel lines. Hence the 777, hence the A350, 787s, and so forth, why they came. These things were expensive to operate. All right, so the next area is your minimum reserve. You cannot change any of this. All of this comes from up here. So our total fuel right now that's going to be loaded, not on this page, but a different one, is 119,900 or I'll call it 900 pounds. Now we're going to have 269 people in your final results, 82,980 on the payload, and I'm comparing. We were supposed to have 82,940. We're off again by that precious 40 pounds. Not bad, huh? And then so forth down the line. You can even see your CGs. Okay, and if you really, really want to, here's what the load sheet looks like. All right, so now click home up here again. Now to refuel the aircraft. Now, by the way, let me go back. I've never done instant load. Might do it off stream just for the heck of it, but I'm not doing it on stream. Now, while we get things finished up here, I am going to instant refuel the aircraft, but you could let it take how long it would in the real world. Always click use data sheet so that way you get the numbers, but I'm going to instant here, and probably the people too. And again, packs and cargo, there's your load. 269 cargo to load, 23,800 pounds. Again, they are gonna take time. Okay, so think about it before. If you've got all the time in the world to fly, let it go. It's kind of fun to watch, to see how long it takes to put, I feel this has done a pretty good job estimating all of this out. I think from what I remember watching in the passenger terminals, he's pretty close to on track. But again, for time, I'm going to go ahead instantly load us. So now down at the bottom, you see currently on board 13 crew members, 269 peeps, 23,800 pounds of cargo. One last thing on doing the instant versus the load and board. More the loading of cargo than the boarding. If you do the load of the cargo realistically, it'll close the cargo doors for you. Now you have to do it. We have somebody next door to us. OAS 77 Fall. Welcome in. Hope you're following along. Obviously, model matching is doing a superb job in the fact that Oman Air is here 5,000, 6,000 miles away from Oman. That's cool. You always got to love it. All right. So you saw how the cargo door is closed. Now, one thing with this new update, reading the information on Discord, you have to have external power or the APU running for those to work. And I think, well, I've always had either the APU or that on at the airport, so I'm kind of used to it. Oh, ANA has, oh wait, AVA is on the go. And if we do get ATC, that's the runway they would prefer us probably on. Okay, so looking over here, currently the aircraft is loaded, now cargo and passengers. I also have gone through all of the pre-flight checks. So let's see how we're doing here on time. I am going to at least, because when I don't do this, I feel like I miss things. I'm going to let the checklists help us out. So,
before start checklist, please. Gear lever and lights. Down and check. Brakes. Parked. Start levers. Off. Radios. On and check. Flight control hydraulic power. On. INS. Check and nav. Compasses. Slaved. Window heat. On. Seatbelts and no smoking. On. Emergency lights. Armed. Exterior lights. Check. Flight instruments. Check. Altimeters and clocks. 1, 0, 2, 6. Set and cross check. Radio INS switches. Radio. Radar and transponder. Standby. Indicator lights. Check. Engine and wing anti-ice. Off. Stall warning. Check. Mach airspeed warning. Check. Auto brakes. Check and off. Body gear steering. Arm. Anti-skid. On. Autopilot and flight director. Check and off. Takeoff warning. Damn.
okay, bear with me a second. We're just getting the APU fired up here. All right, takeoff warning, folks, basically is right now, if I take the throttles, that's telling you we're not configured somewhere for takeoff.
Hold on.
And we haven't done any of these. Oh, man.
Check.
Pull up. Glide slope.
Warning.
Glide slope. Pull up.
All right, yeah, I did just now remembered I have not done these yet, so bear with me. See what I mean? How it always likes to catch me? And I appreciate that amazingly. Okay.
Check. Flight director computer selectors. Check. Instrument source selectors. Normal. Reserve brake valve. Closed. Spoilers. Down. Static selectors. Normal. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. Brake pressure. Check. Stabilizer trim. Check and on. Rudder and aileron trim. Check. Checklist
Tomcat,
completed.
welcome aboard. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, let me get back here and finish up. All right, why am I not hearing this? I know why. Set too low. All right.
Glide slope. Glide slope.
Okay, I was set too low. Forgot we're so used to operating around sea level. I totally forgot we're at 8,000 feet. So yeah, your altitude's got to be higher than that. All right, let's get that radar on. Okay, now we've already gotten some checks down below. All right, so those are all good. All right, this is your INS box. I do not fly with it for various reasons. Nothing to do with they don't work. I've heard nothing but great things from those that fly with Felis. I just had a huge issue many years ago and just don't want to go back to it. Okay. And the stands are on down. All right, we'll talk about this in about a couple of minutes how we're going to start up. It's a little different, but let's continue on while we're in the break. Get the
Battery on. APU panel. Check. Auxiliary power. Check. Engine oil quantity. Check. Fuel quantity. 119,800 pounds. Fuel panel. Wait. Check and set. Pressurization controls. Check and set. Bleed controls. Wait. Check and set. Hydraulic quantity. Check. EPR computer. Wait. Circuit breakers. Check. Indicator lights. Check. Electrical panel. Check and set. Air conditioning controls. Check and set. Fire control and wing overheat panels. Check and set. Equipment cooling. Check. Passenger oxygen. Check. Hydraulic panel. Check and set. Fuel jettison panel. Check. Crew oxygen. On. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. ADPs. Off. Checklist completed.
Cockpit to ground.
Hello,
Disconnect ground
traffic.
power.
Good afternoon, Oceanic 774. We are at gate 34, aircraft type 1737. We are starting our pushback and engine start for runway 14 left.
All right. Sorry, folks. I was talking with the wife. So we've done our performance. As you can tell, you round down for the length. You can round up for the elevation. That isn't going to hurt the plane. And everything else filled in nicely. Always click load sheet. I was actually talking and forgot I was muted. Set your speed bugs, which we did. You saw they had deployed all around the gauge. The big numbers here we'll set after engine start is 3.5 for trim. Piece of cake. But we got to make sure the green bar is on it. That one I don't get. But hey, it is what it is. Initial pitch, 12 degrees. Cool. This is the one I love listening to on the radio. Because this says our optimum climb is 305, that does not mean when your wheels lift the ground, you can settle in to climb up at 305 degrees, unless, of course, you're above 10,000 feet at El Alto. No, that is saying once you get above 10,000 feet, now your optimum climb is 305 knots. So you would set your speed to climb at 305 knots. Folks, you can run.
7 Alpha.
You can actually climb at 204. You could climb at 180 knots. Just leave your flaps out. I know many of you don't like hearing that, but you can. So just you have to have the permission to take it above 250. If you don't have it, you got to do 250. Leave flaps 1 or 5 out. I think that's how they go in this one. Yeah, 5. And we'll talk about flaps on the departure because this airplane, I mean, they look right. Don't get me wrong. Boy, they can bite you though. By the way, where's my flap setting at right now? Keep that in the back of your mind. So, all right. So let's go back, look at our checklist. Next up is the after start checks. So that means let's get rid of this jetway. Okay, so after start. So now everything we do is procedurally. First thing I want to do is get in here and get these radios set. Hang on a second. Where's my departure? Okay, so we're going to 806. 806 or 860? Inbound 267. Okay. Runway heading is 135. Another fun thing about this plane, you'll see it when we take off. You don't necessarily, in this setup with FMCs, have to turn it from radio to INS. So, all right, so we got all that taken care of. All right, let's get that beacon on. Let's go ahead and call better pushback.
Ground to copy. Please show me where you want to go. Ground to copy. Tau is driving up.
Okay, that's on. Real quick. Brakes are indeed set.
Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks.
Chocks removed.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Cleared to connect. Face us north or west. Yeah, I guess it would have been north. Yeah.
Start connected and bypass being inserted. Release parking brake.
Parking brake released.
Starting pushback, and you may
Without
start engine.
traffic channel 774, we can take it out runway before left.
Ready to start the engines.
Ready for engine start.
Starting engine 3.
Starter valve open.
Fuel on. Fuel on. Light up.
20% and 2. Starter off. Engine stabilized.
All right. That's the first of 4.
Starting engine 4.
Starter valve open. Twenty percent and 2.
All right. She's actually doing it pretty decent today. Oh, being a pain. Hang on.
Fuel on. Light up.
Operation complete.
Starter
Set
off.
parking brake.
Parking brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Engine stabilized.
Okay. Only one at a time.
Starting engine 1.
Starter valve open. Twenty percent and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
Had a heart attack there when I heard it click down.
Starter off.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
Engine stabilized.
Cool. Let's wait on seeing the pins to get number 2 going. Perfect. All right, there's the pins. Let's get number 2 going.
Starting engine 2.
Starter valve open. Twenty percent and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
Starter off. Engine stabilized.
Okay. All right, so we got all the engines fired up. Let's make sure they're all the way up. They're in idle. Good. So that's what you may have to do to get these things to get over 20, especially at the heat of the day. All right, now let's get over here, look at our checklist. So we got to make sure the flight recorders are on, start switches are off, beacon lights on, pressure, start levers, idle detent, engine, and anti-ice. And then we can get going. So let's get the pack so we get our passengers comfortable again. Okay, now we're on the engines powering. Off the bleed. And we're off the APU. All right, engines are good.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. On behalf of the entire crew, welcome aboard the Boeing 747 Classic. We will depart shortly after we have our clearance and the cabin crew is finished with their preparations. For now, I wish you a pleasant flight, and I will be back during the flight with further flight information.
Okay, I'm gonna get back over here. So beacons, brakes, start, anti-ice, door, hydraulic panel, and flight recorder. Okay, so hydraulic panel, go to auto, 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 set. Door lights all out. Okay, I think we can run it.
After start checklist.
Flight recorder.
On.
Start switches.
Off.
Beacon lights.
On.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Start levers.
Idle detent.
Engine anti-ice.
Off.
Electrical panel. Check. Pack valves. Open. Dual warning lights. Out. Hydraulic panel. Check. Flight recorder. On. After start checklist completed.
Okay.
Flaps 20.
Okay, we just got to check our flight controls. Great gauge right there. So ailerons. Elevator. Rudder. Okay, and that's pretty much all I use the controls for at this point. And I go ahead and hide them. I can already hear the real crews going, I wish we could. Yaw dampers, seatbelts are on. Hang on.
Cabin crew, arm slides. taxi checklist, please.
Flaps. Flaps 20.
Flaps 20.
Takeoff data, EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross-check.
Stabilizer trim.
Set in green band.
Probe heat.
On.
Flight controls.
Check.
Yaw dampers.
Check.
Seatbelt and shoulder harness.
Check.
APU. Off. Fuel heat. Off. Totalizer and gross weight. Set.
Parking brake released.
Flight engineer and pilot panels. Check. Aft cargo heat. Normal. Seatbelt and shoulder harness. Check. Taxi checklist completed.
Bogotá traffic, northwest 2 heavy, taxi to 14 left. Firm believer, if you can't see a 747, flying may not be your best suit. All right, sorry about that, folks. Had to get away from the console for a second. Dadgum sun. Go figure. Same time every day. No. It's good to see it. Hope y'all are ready. We're just about to the end of the runway, just easing on down the road. And plan to take off. Don't know if I'm going to use, I think I will use Alpha 1. But again, thanks for joining us today on Monday. Thanks for taking some time out on Monday, and look forward to a great flight. We'll go ahead, and while I'm thinking, yeah, we'll use that one. Yeah, that 707 is just, like I said, I don't know if I have a hardware issue with the aircraft or a mouse issue or what, but yeah, we're having some serious difficulties with it. And it's a good flying 707-120. We're going to try it out offline, off stream, in a couple of days and see how it does on X-Plane 11. That's where we flew it the most, and it seemed to work well. About a year or two ago, though, so. I could have taken Alpha 2 instead of 1. Dang it. Oh well. Did see a jumbo pop in, so he's still down there. Not sure if he's going to the United Arab Emirates or what. But we are about to do our takeoff.
Before takeoff checklist.
Icing considerations.
Check.
Cabin alert.
Check.
Transponder.
Check.
Ignition.
Okay, now basically they're just wanting all of the switches to flight. So there's a little click spot right there at the top. Puts them all there.
Body gear steering.
Okay, we'll hold right there. That is, and we're going to show it here. Ooh. Okay, pay attention to your main landing gear here. It is a device on these landing gears to help us navigate a tighter turn and, in essence, save tires. They're a little pricey in the aircraft world. See them pivoting? Don't mind that smoke. See how they pivot? That's the body gear steering, and it also helps them get around. Remember, when these airplanes came out, folks, these airports were set up for 707s, DC-8s. They weren't even set up for DC-10s because DC-10s weren't even here yet. So they had to have wider turning areas for this big aircraft, or, as Boeing came up with, that castering set of wheels to help it around the corners. You might notice this on big trucks to help them negotiate. You'll see tires kick. Fire truck we had the front axle. They had two axles in the rear, and the front one would turn to help make the turn shorter. My truck that I drove, I would lift the air out of the back tire to give it out of the back axles of my trailer, and gives it, even though the wheels are down, a tighter turning radius. It's the whole goal there, folks. All right, I think we're ready. Lights on. Okay, strobes. Did you see that windsock switch just as it said, oh my, heavy?
Back valves.
Off. They got to go off for takeoff, especially up at high altitudes.
Pressurization mode selector. Auto. Fuel boost pumps. On. Cross feed valves.
Let me check.
Check. Before takeoff checklist completed.
I think we're good in this configuration. Yeah, as long as we don't burn, yeah, we'll watch it. Let's do it, folks.
stabilized.
$9,300 of runway, folks.
Thrust set.
80 knots. Oh, I'll let him do his job. Bogotá traffic, northwest 2, rolling 14 left.
V1, rotate. Positive rate. Gear up. Gears up. Thousand to level off. $10,000. Flaps 10.
Sink rate. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up.
Oh, I know what happened. I know what happened. That was my bad. I do that every time with this plane. Not necessarily nosedive it, but hang on a second. Let me see. Yeah, what I did, I always forget the autopilot. And
Flaps 5. Flaps 1.
All right. I want you to look at that flap gauge. Again, it's right by the gear. You see them going up? Dang, that looks really cool. Okay, what are we set for? Actually, if you look at it real quick, what are you set at? Yeah, that's it. It's so close to 0, you could forget.
Flaps up.
And once you hit, I think it's 270, 280, guess what? Yeah, you blow a flap and you get them stuck and it's fun. All right. Now that we're building speed because somebody finally realized he's got to turn the autopilot on and the packs. All right, we're about to go into what's called an IAS climb. Okay, let's do it. Switch it to IAS. So what it's going to do now is the pitch is going to control it. We are not even above 14 yet like we were supposed to. And that's again because of you-know-whose problem. So yeah, always make sure you turn the autopilot on, folks. Like I said, that is not a first for me. I'm trying, why are you doing these weird things? It's because the autopilot wasn't on. Now she'll climb and fly beautifully. But again, it was that initial where I screwed up. So there you go, folks. We're on our way. The other big thing with this plane, and a lot of times I'll set it on takeoff or just as the wheels come up, wheels, hit this to autos or altitude select. Make sure the yellow or the orange band here shows. Otherwise, she'll climb right through it or descend right through whatever you're setting up. And that too is not a good thing. So, but recoverable nonetheless. Everything I've done was recoverable. As soon as I realized it, when I moved the stick and pulled it back and there was no alarm, the autopilot was not on. So, all right, so we're above 10,000 feet. Just make sure.
All doors are closed and armed.
Oh, ain't that special. Now she's going to tell us the safety briefing. Maybe. Now, the reason I wait till about this point in the flight, look it over closely and you'll see, yeah, landing lights have to be off.
Approach checklist, please.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness.
Check. After takeoff checklist.
Gear lever.
Off.
Landing and logo lights.
Damn.
And what it's asking me to do is turn off the logo.
Off.
Ignition.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking sign.
Check.
Pack valves. Open. Fuel heat. Let's see.
Oh yeah, that does need to come on.
Auto. After takeoff checklist completed.
Okay, We're on our way, folks. A little precarious. You know how long it's been since we've flown this plane? A couple of months. So yeah, we're a little rusty. It's one of my favorites though. Just trying to work through that 747-8. I still prefer this girl. And to the folks at Pan Am Virtual, I still prefer this over the 707. So, all right, we are now in the upper half of our departure. VASIL will be coming up shortly. And we're just climbing away. So I'm glad you all are here. Hope you all enjoyed that little rough takeoff. Been a while since I've flown this girl, and it showed. And the same age-old problems got me again. Gotta turn that autopilot on. Give you an idea what the plan was in flying out of here. Okay, we were on the far runway over here, so you can see it's pretty much 8,900 feet, 500 feet, 400 feet. You know, you start your turn, which is what we were doing. Keep it at 185 and keep on that climb because you need to be above 11,000 by here, 908, and then above 12,000 by Squatcha. And then this is where we've ended up below 426. We should have been higher. Why are we? Something just happened. Hang on. So anyway, so where we botched it was right in here because we did everything, got her in INS and all, but you got to turn the autopilot on first there, boss man. And that we failed to do. Whoa. What the heck are we getting into? I'm going to go ahead and turn the INS on that one. Is it going to correct what this plane's doing right now? No. But flaps are 0. You see how close that is? 1 and 0. Okay, spoilers are up. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what is going on. So Okay, one other thing I noticed with this go around. Remember, let me bring it in right now. VATSIM or our X pilot for X plane. Okay, remember it's got to look like this basics to get it to work. Not to work, but to be conforming to VATSIM policy. Let's put it that way. Okay, so you got to make sure COM1, you're in transmit receive. Those are the bright boxes. COM2, 121.5 on the screen there. Make sure RX is showing. Okay, that was the trick here. Now, mode C, we all know has to be green, period. Doesn't matter if you're flying a ultralight, if you're flying a glider, or a Piper Cub. They have to squawk mode C. Mode C is altitude encoding. So you have to do that. So you may hear them actually say squawk altitude. Huh? I know a lot of people go, huh? And that's what that means. Only reason I know that is from the days, I think, when this became something. All of our aircraft at Wright Pat's Aero Club had Mode C capable. I think because of being on the Air Force Base. Not 100% sure, but might have been. I don't know specifically. But they were all Mode C. And there is an ATC code just for that, as well as FMCs, RVSM, and all of that. Check them out. You could be putting the wrong information out. But anyway, that's your basic setup, 122.8 advisory or Unicom, whatever how you want to call it. 121.5, which is guard. They're using it as their "Why aren't you talking to me" channel. And so forth. Where the tricky thing came in. Okay, now I want you to watch COM2 and the RX. That's how it came on today. Soon as you give it some volume, it turns to the proper, to where you're monitoring. That's all you have to do. So anyway, just something. And mind you, that means you can, that control or that pilot who is just obnoxiously loud or quiet, well, if you're all the way turned up, there isn't anything you can do. He's going to have to fix something. If he's too loud, turn him down. That's why you can't hear the PA that well. I actually have it turned almost off. So when they're giving the announcements back there, you may or may not hear them. So, all right, we're getting up there, 4,000 from cruise. I wanted to bring that up here early in the flight because I meant to say something as we were going through the motions of pre-flight, but it slipped my mind. All right, now we're getting way too fast. So what I do is turn that off, pull the power back. What I should have done was switched into a mock hold climb and take us up. Oh, we're descending again. Oh, I know why. Okay, now we're back to where we should be for the next 3,000 feet. And then I'll switch us into Mach hold. Airspeed will be, you know, whatever I dial up here. I'm thinking we're going to be around 270. But for right now, I want it right here as we push our final climb. Meant to be paying attention, but we were talking about something else. So it happens, folks. You see, I set it for we'll call it 290, and it's already for this speed down around 280. I'm just stabbing in the dark. We'll see if 70 will do it.
1,000 level off.
Okay, now as we reach our altitude, as you can see, it just went to green, so altitude select is looking good. Now, I hit the wrong button. Sorry, folks. We're off our vertical speed, and once we for sure have leveled at 38, first thing, now you can do this a couple ways, as you saw. You can come up here, toggle the EPRL, move it to cruise, or those of you that have to be 100% somewhat real, click it or tick it. Okay. And you are now in cruise. Not really sure why she accelerated like that. One last step, and that is altitude hold. Now, if I move that altitude dial, the plane theoretically should not do anything. Theoretically. Okay, now we're in cruise.
Ladies and gentlemen, the captain has turned off the fasten seatbelt sign. However, we always recommend to keep your seatbelt fastened while you're seated. In a few moments, the flight attendants will be passing around the cabin to offer you hot or cold drinks, as well as a light meal. Alcoholic drinks are also available at a nominal charge. Now, sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight. Thank you.
All right, there we go. And still not doing great on frame rates. Wow. Now, a couple things you can use this CDU for if you're so inclined. You can get your heading. Okay. You're not going to get any of this. However, there's your wind. So if you're ever curious, right now it's out of the south, 42 knots. So we're getting a good boost in ground speed. And as you can see, we're doing 513 across the ground speed. Enjoy the flight, folks. We'll be hanging around here. 2 hours 15 to go. And so far, so good. Other than that couple of little hiccups we've had. One looked like weather files. The other, that pilot's still a little long time since flying it. So enjoy. Miami, about 2 hours, 15 minutes out. Thank you for flying with us. Thank you for being a part of Flying with Mike. If you haven't done already, smash that follow button, folks. That way you know when we go live, and you're more than welcome to join us. Join us online if we're on VATSIM. One of these days, alert to Millennium Aviation. Oh, man. Forgot to start the ACAR program again. Dang it. Anyway, okay. Alert to Millennium. Flying with Mike did exactly what he normally does. Forgot the ACARs. No. Seriously, I am going to join one of your group flights. May or may not do it on stream. That could be a little complicated. But I'm going to join them. They do some great group flights down in, right now they're in Nevada. Not sure what's next. And that'll be tomorrow, I think. I haven't seen the list for this week. But I know, and they're going to go, oh, we're not going to be around. No. No, I more than likely would be fair and not do it on stream. So, but be forewarned, I'm thinking about joining y'all on a flight. See what it's like. I miss the ones that would have been real fun over in Papua New Guinea. The little tour I did was phenomenal. Flying through, and then to come to find out one of my followers actually lived out there at one of the airports I went in through. So that was cool. So we might have to revisit Papua New Guinea. It's a fun little area, and a caravan is perfect for that territory. All right, sit back, relax. 2 hours to Miami. Enjoy the music, enjoy the ride. Questions, comments, let me know. Like I said, love to have you. Love to have you aboard, and hope to see you future flights. And if you're curious what the rest of the week holds, next week I'm going to warn you ahead of time. Everything being the fact that it is the week of Christmas, to be determined. I have no way of knowing what kind of days we'll have available. And so I am just going to fly when able. Hopefully, true to like I normally do, but I'm keeping everything open. So that's why you're not going to see a schedule. This week, check it out. It's quite unique. Some longer flights to this week. but I think you'll enjoy where we're headed. So, all right, I promised you I'm going to go silent for a little bit. I'll be watching the chat room and Discord. I'm not going to come up on Discord today, but just looking at it right now. But yeah, you're more than welcome to head over there and let me know your. That's why. I'm like, why are you not clearing? So hang on, what happened? Oh, that's what happened. Okay. Enjoy the flight. 2 hours, 10 minutes. All right, folks, it's a week to Christmas, roughly. Week in a couple days. But hope you got everything lined up. Hope everything's good. Hope you have great plans for this Christmas. And if you'd love to share them in here, we'd love to hear them. Still kind of finalizing what's going on here at the Flying with Mike household. Just so you know, after Friday's flight, everything will be up and, we're not scheduling streams. We're just going to come online, come on stream when time permits. So just wanted to let you know. And also this week, Wednesday, currently on hold. If time permits, we may put something together, but overall, the schedule is in stone for this week. However, Wednesday's the only influx day. After Friday, it's will be on a kind of to be determined as time allows with Christmas and all. So, and I really hope you all have great Christmas plans. Be it to stay at home, be it to travel. Don't, if you want to travel, hey, Flying with Mike is there for you. I can already hear it. That's the only airline I wouldn't fly. I might fly Spirit against Flying with Mike. Oh, but anyway, we hope you enjoy Christmas. Like I've said many times, I know there are some that are going through a lot worse than I have, lost friends, relatives, and especially at this time of the year, and it is very difficult. I get it, and I pray for you that you can remember that joy is a choice. You choose whether you're going to be joyful or not. It's not something that poof happens. It's something you physically have to work at. And physically just say, I am just going to be happy. I am just going to be filled with joy today, and no matter what. And it's a day at a time, yes. It's, as the Santa Claus is Coming to Town cartoon, one of my favorites as a kid. Love that song, Put One Foot in Front of the Other. Yeah, it's just like that, folks. You just put one foot in front of the other, and then you'll be walking through that door, joyful, and you'll still remember the pain, but the pain eases. But again, it's just one day, one step at a time. So, but and if there, one thing that we're known for here is we do try to keep it light, let you enjoy the music, unwind, rest, relax, because, folks, the way, especially at Christmas, things just amp up. We need that time to just take a big, deep breath and settle ourselves. And sometimes, folks, the one best scheduling tool out there many forget about, the word no. Can't do it. When you master that one, folks, you'll find, you get the hustle and bustle a little more in control. But on top of it all, just remember why there is a season of Christmas. And that is to celebrate the birth of Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, the Messiah. And hope you always keep that front and form, and that helps you through it too. He's been through all of this, folks. He knows exactly where you're headed, where you've been, and he's there to All you got to do is call upon him. He'll be there. Some shape or form, he'll be there for you. We got about an hour and 15 minutes to Miami. Let me, don't see, let me make sure we're actually still online. We are, okay. And any ATISes? No. All right, we don't have much traffic down in our area. I didn't get a good look north of us if we're contending with traffic in the area, but we'll see when we get there. Let me try something here. Okay, we're an hour and 12 out. I was hoping it'd tell me how far, but it's not. All right, well, we'll get up into the plane and figure that out. All right, let's see what we can figure out here. All right, so we're coming in on the FOW 2 arrival, ZEUSS. So you can see we've just entered Kingston's airspace. We'll get into Havana and get out, and at that point is where ZEUSS is. We'll leave that zoomed out. All right, so let's take a look at that. So we're coming in from the south here on the at the bottom of the page here, up the pylon to Fowl, Junior, Lovely, and I believe Lovely is where we turn for our approach. Okay, this one's wanting us to expect vectors at Dolphin. Lovely is where we'll change and go 270 roughly out. I thought there was an RNAV. Oh well, too late now. We're programmed for this. But we need an approach. So we'll click select. Actually, cancel. Real world. What are we on here? Departure. Okay, here's the arrival ATIS, 53 minutes old, so it could change. 09 or 070 at 9, gusts to 23, light rain. That makes us a wet runway, possibly. Scattered at 24, scattered at 32, scattered at 7. No ceilings in place, so that's cool. Approaches being conducted to parallel converging intersections, so arrivals on 8 right, 9, and 12. Okay, so whatever we end up flying on runway 9, we have to plan to land and hold short of 1, 2, unless we want to declare we're not going to be able to. Okay, so now that we know that, let's come down. We'll plan runway 9. Never shot this before. And it is just like the ILS. Okay, so like I said, lovely. We'll track out till L leg, turn in, and head for the ILS. I think that's the safest bet. Okay, so let's plan 110.9 092 NS 1500, 6 miles out, and 200 on the radar altimeter. Okay. Now, let's translate this next door to the FMC. We're still far enough out where it won't affect, but always think about that. Okay. And I'll go ahead, click it like that, and we're good. You don't have to, folks. I do it. It sometimes helps. Only in the, but this allows you to move the dials up here. Okay. All right. So we settled on foul 2. ZEUSS, ILS 9. I think that's what we want. We'll look at legs. Okay. See how it's taken us to Dolphin DHP? I really wish I remembered the arrival. Let me see if it comes to me. Not helping. Oh well. Anyway, the FOW used to tell us to be at an altitude by Lovely or Junior, and it's not. And all right, so now I guess we'll just plan. How far out is the leg? Tracking 16. We'll make it work. Okay, yeah, we'll find a way to make it work. No problem. All right, enjoy the music. My goodness, we got up to 65 today. That is not good if we have a front coming. Ooh. All right, let's do the loadout here real quick. Performance for landing. All right. We're landing on a 13,000 foot runway. Let me see if that tells me. Does 9,700 feet. Okay. Nine feet. Yeah, we're talking 9,700. Wow, that's a lot of runway. Oh, to get off at Tango 8. Okay, I'll bet that's what that's for. 270. Hang on. No slope. Barometric pressure. 4 minutes ago, 30.05. 26 degrees Celsius. Okay, wind 070. All right, so as you can tell, it's already telling us minimum brakes aren't going to work. Medium or max. So we'll plan medium for now. Set our speed bugs for the arrival. And we'll head up to the... we'll go ahead and set it right now. That way I can't forget it. But yeah, if you can get the actual real world ATIS, a lot of times it will tell you what that distance is they want you to land and hold short. In this case, 9,700 foot. It's a 13,000 foot runway for takeoff, but for landing, they want you to land and hold short. The goal is they want 3 available runways. And for the different operations. So we land and hold short. The theory is, and heavies are problematic at this sometimes, not meaning it as they can't, is they sometimes don't get stopped in time to exit taking a high speed or weren't warned to land and hold short. You know, that is another issue. They've had a couple, matter of fact, 1-4 right, 3-2 left at O'Hare dissolved because they almost had a major catastrophe there. 737-747 entanglement. Yeah, so we'll plan to land and hold short, but the nice thing in the VATSIM and flight sim world, aside from the fact there isn't anybody real behind me, is just that we're a flight sim, so we're not the real deal. So, or at least I hope I'm not controlling this aircraft in flight. Otherwise, yeah, that takeoff would have been 15-7. Let's go ahead and see where we are. "39 miles from Sangster, Jamaica, man." After that will be over Cuba, and then we'll be setting up for the arrival. So enjoy the remainder, folks. We'll begin our descent into Miami here shortly, probably in the next 30 or so minutes. All right, folks, still here, still in the queen of the skies, the 747-200 Classic. Great model from Felis, and glad I got pushed into buying this. I don't fly it with the INS or LTN system. Long story to it, not getting into it, but not with Felis's aircraft, an aircraft long ago using SIVA INS systems. The SIVA itself, the aircraft that I flew before was phenomenal. The SIVA is not, well, they were up to a point. So, and then I just decided, no, I'm not doing that again. So there are limitations to a SIVA also. 9 fixes, and then you got to keep adding them in as you go. The good thing is that keeps you active on flights. The bad thing is, like I alluded to earlier, if you're leaving like London for, say, New Delhi in this plane, or somewhere down like Nairobi, pushing the max, I think you can make Hong Kong nonstop. Don't quote me on that, but hang on, folks. Okay, my bad, folks. The dog decided to bark in thin air. Someone's actually here. He runs. But anyway, so as I was saying, so if you're doing those ultra long runs where you're pushing it to the max, and folks, there isn't, I mean, that is so much fun with this plane, pushing it those 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 mile trips. But the problem is you have to update after the 9th fix. So as I like to jokingly say in Europe, well, coming out of London, by the time you hit the channel, you're already starting to add fixes. Unless you know, and normally you're flying the departures in these things on VOR to that final approach or the last fix, pick up your where you then switch over to INS. So unless you can get the coordinates for them. Back then, I think you could. They had the coordinates on the charts, but boy, that's a long time ago, folks. So, but anyway, fun. If you want, it'll keep you busy all the way there until you at least get out of Europe, and then lighten up a little bit your workload with that INS. But it is fun. Now, if you're just going from Europe to the US, you could probably get away with it. Maybe 12 fixes, you know. Today, maybe not because of the amount of RNAV stars out there. As long as they give you coordinates, you can put them in. Otherwise, you got to find a conventional one in there, and then you got to make sure your equipment list matches so they don't get confused, if they even read it, that you're not capable. That's why the strips had that on them. There are some controllers that just flat out don't read the strip and just tell you, join the this, and that, and they go, I can't. Sure you can. No, I can't read the strip. Oh. So, we are on the way. Now, you could be mean, too, and just go, yeah, I'd like vectors. Controllers hate that. All right, I am not seeing anything in the Miami area online as of yet. We still got to go over Cuba, which we should be approaching right now. We're in their Cuban airspace, but no ATC. And then afterwards, Miami. So hope your Mondays are well, treating you well, and hope your Christmas shopping is winding down, if not completed, except for the arduous task of putting wrapping paper to present. Oh, we're starting to see Land Ho ahead, Cuba. All right, got about 10 or so minutes, folks. We'll be ready for top of descent here shortly, and about 200 miles out, and landing. The game plan, runway 9. So grab a drink, grab something to eat alongside, and we'll begin our descent here shortly. Okay, we are over Cuba. Once we clear this, we'll be looking for ZEUSS and the start of the foul to arrival. All right, folks, back with you. We are getting close to top of descent. About 150 miles or so away. We're just about to clear Cuba. All right, folks, we're back, and we're going to go ahead, silence the music, get ready for the approach. We're coming into ZEUSS here, probably next 30-ish or so miles, and then we'll be setting up for our descent. Hope you've enjoyed this ride out of Bogotá. A little precarious there in the beginning, but overall, it's been a pretty good ride. Northwest 2 heavy en route to Miami, Florida. Little high altitude starting, although we really didn't have much trouble like we've had in the past, but we got the job done. And we are slowly making our way up there. So hope you've all had a great Monday. Hope you're relaxing, enjoying the ride. And sorry, we don't have any ATC, it looks like, going into Miami at this time. The game plan is runway 9er. And then we'll just come off and probably park pretty quick. You know, I haven't even looked at that. Yeah, it's either H or G we'll end up in. So fun times ahead. Oh man, what a great fun trip this will be. Tomorrow, we're back in Africa. Going to kick off part 2 of a Airbus tour of Africa, starting in Johannesburg. We're going to head actually east to a small island east of Madagascar. So that ought to be fun. A little bit of a trip to get there. Haven't decided fully what airplane. There's a bunch bouncing around in my head. But nonetheless, it will be a fun ride. Wednesday, currently no streams are planned. And hopefully we'll figure out what happened last week with my wife to know, medically what we're doing ahead from here. Because last week was scary. More ways than one. And I'm not going to get into it here, but it was not something I hope nobody ever goes through like we did. All right, I am putting up here, I have finally broke down and put it in Elevatech. Now, you've seen the overlay that we have for it. If I'm getting in trouble, they'll let me know quickly. But anyway, this is coming. I have been alpha testing this for quite a while, and told I was green lighted to do this. So hopefully I was not told wrong. So basically, think of it as like Volanta. Think of it like Sim Toolkit. Great. I like the maps in here. And let me just see something. It's really a great tool. And all right, let's compare. He said, okay, I'm switching off what I normally show. I kind of like this better. Actually, that's probably pretty close to the same. So really, when you compare the two, a good program, the two are not much different. Where I think still Sim Toolkit excels over Volanta. I can't really say anything yet about Elevatech. It's still in design and alpha testing, but it's really a good program. Where I think still Sim Toolkit outdoes all of them is in the if you're wanting to improve your flying, if you're truly committed to that, Volanta and Elevatech will give you great metric numbers. Sim Toolkit goes a little further, shows you one where you touch down on the runway, plus how far, how fast, which the other two kind of sort of do. But and then throws in the metrics they do on top of it. So you get a whole lot more, and it's free. There is a lot to Volanta that is not free, and that's where I parted ways with them. So, but overall, they're great. Now I hope Elevatech keeps going the way they are, and I've liked so far what they have done, and it's gonna be a great program out there. So I'm truly looking forward. I hope they come together and help a little bit more with the tools that we have in the tool belt with Sim Toolkit. So like flight schedules, flight planning, I mean, there is a lot you can do in Sim Toolkit. A lot of people just get confused how to do it. And that's where, it just comes down to repetition. Um, I don't necessarily have to fire up SimBrief to set up a flight. I can actually do it from inside Sim Toolkit. So again, it's free. So, and free to me in what you get is amazing. All right. So, but Elevatech, as you can tell, it's pretty, I mean, it's comprehensive. I can bring up my briefing, the flight plan. What else can I do up here? Preferences for the map and all of that. Over here is the flight itself. I don't know my arrival gate yet, mainly because I haven't figured it out. But there are some things okay, that's what I thought it was. Okay. I was a little confused on takeoff because I don't put it up here like I am. And I think it will be a pretty good contender. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of it in case they're like, what are you doing there flying with Mike? Getting in trouble like I did Saturday. Some others got into more trouble than me. So, but anyway, we'll continue on. How about that? I believe we are at top of descent. All right, I'm going to set 9,000 for Lovey. All right, so let's come over here. Remember I told you, put it in altitude select. Go to VS and start the wheel at about 1,000. And then as it gets close, start pushing it further. And I'm going to go to about 2,300 feet a minute. Now, when our airspeed bug gets up to about 290, 300-ish, that's when I'll switch into indicated airspeed. Now, what I'm going to be doing, though, is on the EPR, which if you're not familiar, on the plane itself is right above the trim for ailerons. Oh, I'm sorry, for the rudder. We'll keep it in, well, we'll switch it to speed. And we'll keep it in cruise and bring it on down. So but right now you can see that currently we're pretty close to that number. I'm going to set it for 300. When it gets there, we'll click over. Click. Now, instead of watching this, we're going to make sure the needle hangs tight there. Also, don't forget you have the circle on the speed side of your artificial horizon. And for now, we're done with this. Now, let's go over here to the checklists. First off, let's get our latest weather. Oh, it's about to update. Give it a few. Whoa, okay, we're turning. I'm like, whoa, are we diving? Okay, we're turning at pylon for pylon and inbound. Okay, over on the other side, I'm going to set up for Virginia key VOR, which is 117.1, 45 miles out. For now, 13.9er. And set 310. Okay. Okay. The key is we're 87 miles out of Dolphin, 77 miles out. Now, once we hit Junior, technically we would be tracking inbound. However, we're not in this case. All right, let's just go with it. It's not going to be that much different. Three 005, 26 degrees, 00, 070 at 12. So far everything is still the same. Runway is going to stay the same. So 7,200 feet I'm good with. Looking good up here. Set speed bugs and we'll check back. I'm sure between now and our turn at Lovey, things will change. Okay, we got some afternoon thunderstorms occurring. Okay, through 26,000. Now, unlike y'all that have the would be flying the ZEBO or the TOLUS Airbuses, we don't have anything to tell us how we're working this descent. So I have 9,000 at Lovely. That's what I put. And then we'll descend down to 5 and work our way over to LEG and then turn in on the ILS. Oh, common traffic frequency. Let's get that pulled in. 118.3. And if you're in the St. Louis area, folks, and haven't enjoyed this beautiful day in the 60s in the middle of December, shame on you. Just flat out beautiful. Started off rainy, but boy, the sun came out. 65 degrees and just a beautiful day. To calm our dog down from barking in thin air, the water bottle has returned to spray his nose. Of course, he's going, that's not fair. All right, let's set it 30:05. Okay, any changes yet? Nope. All right, let's get over here. Pressurization. Okay, we're beginning to depressurize the plane. Takes time, and we're still descending. We'll be under the precious 13,000 shortly in a couple of minutes, and right on down to 9. Hope you enjoyed, folks, this great flight, Bogotá to Miami. High altitude engine starting in operations to, well, Miami. Not much you can say about Miami. There's Junior on track. Okay. Okay, we're going to come off the INS at this point and get ready for the landing. Let's head over here. Okay, one last check, medium, medium. All right, let's click up here to checklist and run it.
Approach checklist, please.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking signs.
On.
Anti-ice.
Off.
Exterior lights.
Check.
Outer brakes.
Medium.
Radio INS switches.
Radio.
Flight director computer selectors.
Check.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Altimeters.
1018. Set and cross-check.
Landing data, EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross-check.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check. Fuel panel. Check. Fuel heat. This. Off. EPR computer. Go around. Cabin altitude. Check. Circuit breakers. Check. Approach checklist completed.
All right, we actually got a lot further through it than normal. What's up next? I believe landing, gear flaps, spoilers, ignition. Okay, so we got all of that set up as well. Let's go ahead, begin to slow the beast down.
10,000. 1,000 to level off.
Lovely is 14 on the DME. We're about 6 out.
1,000 to level off.
Okay, so we're leveled up at an incremental step I'm doing. All right, since I can't see it on the chart here, okay. Okay, a beam grit. I'm gonna start a descent. I know you can't see this, but we're gonna be a beam grit here momentarily, and we're gonna begin our descent to 5,000, and then we're gonna get ready to turn in to LL egg, slowing to 220, and probably get a notch of flaps out. All right, folks, back with you. Get on the ground here. I have something I got to take care of pretty quick, so we won't have much time after the landing, but we'll take care of that here in a minute. All right, we are proceeding pretty much, I hope, direct leg.
Localizer alive. Flaps 1. Flaps 10. Gear down. Flaps 20. Gears down, green light.
Landing checklist.
Gear.
Down and check.
Down and check. Flaps.
Damn.
Flaps 25.
Flaps 25.
Flaps 25. Spoilers.
Armed.
Ignition.
Flight start.
Flaps 30.
Anti-skid.
Check.
Altimeters. 1018. Set and cross-checked. Landing checklist completed.
1,000. $1,000. $500.
Glide slope.
Approaching minimums.
Glide slope.
Minimums.
Glide slope. Glide slope. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Glide slope. Glide slope.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10. Check reverse.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your chief flight attendant, and on behalf of our captain and the entire crew, I wish you welcome aboard. Please take your seat and fasten your seatbelt, and also make sure your seat back and folding trays are
Auto brake
in
off.
position. We request
60 knots.
as our cabin crew
Out,
will
off,
demonstrate
reverse.
the safety features of this aircraft. When the seatbelt sign illuminates, you must fasten your seatbelt. Insert the metal fittings one into the other and tighten by pulling on a loose end of the strap. To release your seatbelt, lift the upper portion of the buckle. We suggest that you keep your seatbelt fastened throughout the flight for your own safety. If you are seated next to an emergency exit, please read carefully the special instructions card located by your seat. If you do not wish to perform the functions described in the event of an emergency, please ask a flight attendant to reseat you. There are several emergency exits on this aircraft. Please take a few moments now to locate your nearest exit. In some cases, your nearest exit might be behind you. If we need to evacuate the aircraft, floor level lighting will guide you towards the exit. Doors can be opened by moving the handle in the direction of the arrow. Each door is equipped with an inflatable slide, which may also be detached and used as a life raft. Oxygen and the air pressure are always being monitored. In the event of a decompression, an oxygen mask will automatically appear in front of you. To start the flow of oxygen, pull the mask towards you, place it firmly over your nose and mouth, secure the elastic band behind your head, and breathe normally. Although the bag does not inflate, oxygen is flowing to the mask. If you are traveling with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your mask on first, and then assist the other person. Keep your mask on until a crew member advises you to remove it. In the event of an emergency, please assume the bracing position. Lean forward with your hands on top of your head and your elbows against your thighs. Ensure your feet are flat on the floor. The life vest is located in a pouch under your seat or between the armrests. When instructed to do so, open the plastic pouch and remove the vest. Slip it over your head, pass the straps around your waist, and adjust at the front. To inflate the vest, pull firmly on the red cord, only when leaving the aircraft. If you need to refill the vest, blow into the mouthpieces. Use the whistle and light to attract attention. All electronic devices must be set into airplane mode during the flight until further notice upon arrival. We remind you that this is a non-smoking flight. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the smoke detectors located in the lavatories is prohibited by law. You will find this and all the other safety information in a card located in a seat pocket in front of you. We strongly suggest you read it before takeoff.
After landing checklist.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Cabin ready.
Body gear steering.
Arm.
Auto brakes.
Off.
Ignition.
Off.
Engine and wing anti-ice.
Off.
Radar and transponder.
Hold on. Stand by.
Flaps.
Up.
Spoilers.
Down.
Stabilizer trim.
7 units.
Outflow valves. Open. Pressurization mode selector. Manual. Aft cargo heat. Off. APU. Wait. Check. Checklist completed.
Parking brake released. Parking brake set. Cockpit to ground. Put the chocks on.
Chocks are on.
Cabin crew, disarm slides. All right, secure cockpit checklist.
Brakes.
Parked.
Beacon lights.
Off.
INS.
Align.
Probe and window heat.
Off.
Back valves. Check. Fuel boost pumps. This. Off. Reserve tank valves. Closed. Hydraulic panel. Check. Oxygen. Check. Flight recorder. Off.
Emergency lights.
Off.
Radar.
Off.
INS. Off. Radio switches. Wait.
Checklist completed.
All right, folks, back with you. Sorry for the quietness there. Well, we've arrived at our destination and beginning the unload phase. That is actually the first time I've actually gotten fully through it. All right, we're here. We're going to go ahead, disconnect. We'll do a quick rundown on how we did. And we're going to call it a day because I've got an important phone call I got to make. So let's take a look here real quick since we didn't run with an airline today. $220 feet a minute, 131 knots, folks. That's where we were targeted, so that's good. The animal we used, though.
Miami International Information Sierra current altimeter 3006.
That cracks me up. Switch over. Okay. All right. And finally, Sim Toolkit. Let's look at it real quick. Yeah, we went way out. 200, looks like 297 feet a minute. That is the number. Let's get the quick rundown. And we'll call it a day. I want to say thank you all for being here. Looking at the number. Oh, did I just do what I think I did? I certainly did. Okay, so a 3.5 hour run, 1,300 miles, 35,000 kilograms of fuel, 1 G on the landing. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful numbers. All right, and touchdown, 1,790 feet. That was good. 2 feet off the center line, even better. And like I said, just shy of 300 feet a minute. Folks, beautiful ride in. Just the way we wanted it to be. So love it, love it, love it. And we'll come back here and go through one more time. Give it about 30 seconds and they'll be back from break. All right, welcome out of the break. Real quick, let's run down our Sim Toolkit stats one more time since you all were away at a break. Again, our landing, 1,781 feet down the runway, 2 feet off the center line. Folks, that's a beautiful landing in the Queen of the Skies. 297 feet a minute at 131 knots, 1G. So, really, overall a great run. Glad to have you all aboard, and wish you all, if I don't get to talk to some of you before Christmas, have a Merry Christmas. Tomorrow, Africa, but for now, we're gonna head on out of here, make that phone call. God bless you all. I hope you all have a wonderful day. See you tomorrow.